curious if you're going.
Right, and how long ago did you take it?
June.
You take it in person?
No, it was online.
Oh.
Mine, but yours like a few days. Mine was like 6 weeks long.
You probably learn more.
Was it like a crash course for you?
Yeah. It was very interactive too. We did like 2 skits a day.
2 skits? No, I wish we could do that. Because they're online.
You made it fun.
You guys had, it's like really clinical popsicle?
Yeah. Dude, clinical popsicles.
Ours is probably a lot better.
Clinical popsicles and with
It was him running it, right? Oh! Minus the gun?
yeah,
Huh? I knew it started at the end, I knew it had to come to the end again.
yeah. That's like two of my brothers.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamine Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jagannatha, Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pichani Nirvishesha Sanyavai Pastyathyami. Shambhu Brahma Parapati Ganesha Chittapado Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me Bhuje Save Venu Kirati Siki Pusham Katitati Dukunam Netrante Sahaja Kata Kaksham Vidadati Srimad Vrindavana Vasati Lila Parichayo Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me Mahambodestire Kanakaruchire Nila Shikare Vasampasadanta Sahaja Balava Rena Valina Madhyasta Sakala Surasiva Vasarado Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me Kripa Varavara Sajala Jalada Sri Niruchilo Ramavani Rama Purana Malapanki Ruhamuka Surandaya Sutagatika Gita Charito Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Ratarulo Gachan Patimi Jabude Papatala. Stuti Padu Bhavam Pratipadam Upatanya. Daya Sindhu Bandhu Sakala Dagata Sindhu Sudaya. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Parabrahma Pida Kubaya Dandalut Puranayano. Nivasini Ladrauni Hitacharano Danta Sirasi. Prasanando Radha Sava Purani Kanasuko. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Navayate Rajyam Nachakana Kamani Kyavivavam. Nayati Hamram Yam Sakala Janakam Yam Paravadu. Sada Kali Kali Pramata Patina Gita Charito. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Haram Samsaram Dutataram Asaram Surapati. Surapati. Ahodilena te nikita charanu nishchitamida. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatume. 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 O Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatume. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath Swami Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath Swami Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Krishna Gora Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Krishna Gora Hari Bo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. May I request everyone to please come forward. Please, that's a huge ocean waiting to be filled with bodies. And like I always say, I do not bite, I promise. If the men can come much further, and also if I can request those who are leaning against the wall to please come off the wall. The wall will make us nod off very easily. Unfortunately, the wall does make us sleep, so please. Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Yamuna Thira Vanachari Yamuna Thira Vanachari Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Nittai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nittai Gaura Hari Bol Nittai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nittai Gaura Hari Bol Go Premanande. Jayam Vishupad Paramahamsa Parivacharya Stota Trishi Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishupad Paramahamsa Parivacharya Stota Trishi Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Jai ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिव शादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जाय श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपी गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की जाय श्री वृंदावन धाम की जाय श्री मायापुर धाम की जाय जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जाय गंगा माई की जाय यमुना माई की जाय तुलसी देवी की जाय भक्ति देवी की जाय श्री हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जाय समवेत भक्त वृंद की जाय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. So today we witnessed a very beautiful bathing ceremony of Sri Sri Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra. It's a festival that we always observe 2 weeks before Rath Yatra. That's when we bathe the Lord. And because from the bathing, the Lord gets fever and he gets a cold. And then he goes to take rest for 2 weeks. And during that recovery time, he comes out. And when he comes out, he's all perfect, he's all cured, and is ready to rock the streets. And when he comes out even more beautiful, even more magnanimous, and he comes out by the love of the devotees. That is what attracts the Lord, is the love of the devotees and the devotion of the devotees. Is what makes him heal and come out for Rath Yatra. So we heard, during the Abhishek, we heard a very nice prayer called Sri Jagannastakam. And Sri Jagannastakam is actually a prayer that we always chant for Lord Jagannath, and especially during Snana-Yatra and Rath Yatra. And before I do a quick summary on the Jagannastakam, how many of us know which deity first appeared in the US? Huh? Lord Jagannath. What was the pastime? Who would like to share the pastime for like a minute?
Mother Malati, Prabhupada disciple, was in a store and found among stuffed animals Lord Jagannath. She didn't know that was Lord Jagannath. She took it by inspiration from inside, from Paramatma. She brought Lord Jagannath to Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada was very pleasantly surprised to see Lord Jagannath. And he asked her, were there two others too that looked like him?
Because she only brought Lord Jagannath. She didn't bring Baladev and Subhadra.
So, Mother Malati went back to the store, and sure enough, she found the other two that looked like Lord Jagannath, and brought those two. And Srila Prabhupada also obeisances. Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra.
And they were like about
Small.
2 inches. That was the first deity that appeared in US. I believe it was either 66 or 67 in San Francisco. And when Srila Prabhupada saw Lord Jagannath appeared in US, first time, the first deity ever in America, he offered obeisances, and that's what inspired him to start the first Rath Yatra in San Francisco. And that's how it started. It started in San Francisco, I believe it's 1967, 69, but it was before 1970, around that time. And since then, every city has Rath Yatra. And it all started with this little 2-inch deity that Mother Malati saw in some knick-knack shop that carried all kinds of knickknacks. And look what it used to be and what we have right now. All by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki. And so a quick summary of the Jagannastakam prayer is, in that prayer, we are told, I have to switch glasses, I'm sorry. We are told that how our minds can be captured by the flute of Lord Jagannath. So we all went for the bathing. We all had our hands purified. We bathed the Lord. We bathed Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra with the different paraphernalia, with different liquids that was offered to us. When we hear the Jagannastakam, we have to try to develop the mindset that, oh my Lord, my mind is being captured by the flute of Lord Jagannath. My mind is being captured by the beauty of Lord Jagannath. And when we offer anything to the deity, we start from feet to the head. It's a very common tendency that we want to go straight to the top. No, we have to start from the feet and up to the head. And then we are caught by his sidelong glances. If you see, he smiles from one end to the other end, right? All of them do. The sidelong glances. And once our minds are caught by the beauty of Lord Jagannath, what happens? We want to know, who was this personality? Who was this, person that has big eyes, big smiles, short hands, no legs, Who is this personality? Then it gives us the inspiration to want to read and know the Lord's pastimes through the scriptures. And it describes the bhajan that we just sang. It also describes the mercy of Lord Jagannath, giving us the opportunity for devotional service. This is the prime time, what they say, in the department stores, they say, clearance, close out, 90% discount, right? We hear all that. This is the time to allow ourselves to be engaged in devotional service. This is the Lord is saying, he is giving the mercy. Lord Jagannath is giving his mercy. How? By giving us the opportunity to be engaged in devotional service. It describes the mercy of Lord Jagannath to the ocean. None of us at least know how vast the ocean is. It's like endless, right? If you stand on a ship, you can't see beyond the horizons. That is the mercy of Lord Jagannath. It's beyond our understanding. We will never be able to understand the ocean, the mercy, the ocean of mercy that is given to us by Lord Jagannath. And his beauty is like the blackish rain clouds. Was it yesterday, I believe, or today? I think it was yesterday. When I was preparing for the class, and I was reading, how the bhajan describes that the Lord's beauty is compared to the beauty to the blackish rain clouds. And the first thing that came to my mind, but when I see blackish rain clouds, I think of tornado, or a hurricane, or a rainstorm. We don't connect. That's Lord Jagannath's beauty, right? And I said, Krishna, help me. Krishna, help me. I got to work on this mind. But here we are being reminded that when we see the black rain clouds, we should think, oh, wow, Lord Jagannath, Sham, as they say. So this morning, when I was going for the groceries, and I looked at it was starting to become black rain clouds. And I said, oh, God, rain. And no, wait, Lord Jagannath. I had to check myself. I said, okay, Anasuya, get it through your head. But that's how it is. I remember many years ago in Gitanagari, one of my seniors taught me that whenever we see the full moon, she would teach me, she would say, Anasuya, when you see the full moon, you think of one personality, Gauranga. We don't have to only say Gauranga on Gaur Purnima. When the full moon comes, it's golden, right? Say Gauranga. So same thing, when we see the blackish rain clouds, we think of Lord Jagannath, Sham, the beauty. And it goes on to describe how much Lord Jagannath loves to hear his devotees chant the holy name. Because if you think about Rath Yatra, what are we chanting? We're chanting the holy name. And the Lord loves to hear the chanting of the holy name. Absolutely. And the more we chant, the more he's dancing. You know, he's dancing on the chariot. He is, and he's enjoying the devotees chanting the holy name. And it also describes how to capture Lord Jagannath. To capture Lord Jagannath, engage in devotional service. If we want to capture the Lord, we have to engage in devotional service. I was listening to a short video, I think it was this morning, it was this morning. And this devotee was saying is that, you know, and it had me think a little bit, you know, she was saying in this video, you know, how many of us actually want Lakshmi? Let's be honest. We don't have to be shy. Many of us want Lakshmi. But then she said, if you want Lakshmi, you get Lord Jagannath in your house. Not Lakshmi won't come. Thank you. She said, if you want Lakshmi Devi, you bring Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra in your house. Only then will Lakshmi come to your house. And then she went on to say, but don't use the Lakshmi for your personal sense gratification. Use it for Krishna's service. Because what we think is, oh, if I get Lord Jagannath, then Lakshmi Devi will come behind. I can get all the amenities. It doesn't work that way. But if we want Lakshmi Devi to use it in the Lord's service, we have to bring Lord Jagannath into the house. The bhajan also describes, and this really caught my attention. Shri Nita Gaura Chandra ki, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra ki, Shri Radha Shrad Bihari ki, Laita Vishaka ki jai. The 7th verse caught my attention. In the 7th verse of the Jagannastakam, it describes that we should want the Lord to be the constant object of our vision. No distraction from gold, rubies, wealth, beautiful wife, handsome husband, etc. Which prayer kind of is similar to the 7th verse of Jagannastakam? Shishastakam. Na dhanam, na janam, na sundaram. Kavitam va jagarishakamaye. Mama janmane janamishvare. Bhavatit bhaktir ahu tato kitvaye. Lord Chaitanya is saying in Shishastakam, Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your costless devotional service, birth after birth. Now that similar prayer kind of is in Jagannastakam. Interestingly, Lord Chaitanya, if you see right the picture over there, he was in ecstasy, fainted before Lord Jagannath's chariot. Look at the similarity of the 7th verse of Jagannastakam and the 4th verse in Shishastakam. What a connection. Amazing. And it goes on to describe our yearning and desire, the last verse of Jagannastakam. The last verse of the bhajan describes our yearning and desire of how much we really want to get out of the material existence. How much we really realize that we are drowning in this ocean of sins. We are drowning. We can be floating for a while, but we go down again. We've been drowning. It's getting crazy out there. And the only way out is to know and realize, I am fallen. I have no shelter in this world but the Supreme Lord. The last verse is saying is, do we really realize that we are drowning? Do we really realize that we need this desire of how to get out of this crazy material existence? And how can we realize that? That's always the question that we have, what they call the $1 million question, How can we realize that we really want that? Or do we really want that? Or do we not want that? Are we enjoying being drowned in this material existence? Are we enjoying being drowned in this crazy world where you turn left, you turn right? Like this whole week, I was talking to one devotee. I was feeling really bad because 3 days out of the 5 days, I served lunch for Ninita Gaurachandra, and 3 out of 5 days, they got their lunch late. Thanks to 83 and 81 having tractor trailer crashes on the highway. And I'm thinking because of them, they're getting their lunch late. I was so upset. And the poor boys were hungry. And I said, this is a crazy world. I said, what is this? I can't even serve the Lord their lunch on time because of people that are driving crazy. This is the material existence. We are drowning. It is not a lovely world out there, but do we realize that? And the question is, how do we realize that? Well, we just had Snana-Yatra, right? Snana-Yatra is none other than the bathing ceremony of Lord Jagannath. So let me ask a question. When we take our daily bath, what do we do in the bathroom? Why do we take a bath? Or do we take a bath? I'm hearing pin drop sounds. I'm scared now. Okay, do we need bathing classes? Why do we take a bath? To clean our bodies. Dust, dirt, sweat, all the negative energy that we bring from office to home. My father, I remember when I was a baby, my father used to work out as a surveyor, a civil engineer out in the fields. When he comes home, like any child would run to their dads, he would tell my mom, keep them away, let me go take a bath. Because he doesn't want me and my sister to jump on his legs, on his lap, when he's sweaty, to get all that dirt out, right? So similarly, when we bathe the Lord during Snana-Yatra, what we just finished doing, when we pour the liquids on the Lord, we are bathing our minds. We are washing our minds and our hearts. We're not just bathing the Lord so that he can fall sick. That's not the only plan here. It's not, okay, Krishna, fall sick. Okay, get a fever. Okay, get a cold. No. That's part of the Leela. The Lord never falls sick. It's all his Leela. But it's for us. When we bathe the Lord, are we washing our minds? Are we washing our hearts? Now the next question is, why? Because we have to prepare for the Lord to come in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks, most department stores, they have only 3-day sale. We have 2 weeks discount, closeout, clearance. Jump in devotional service. Bathe our minds. Wash our minds, wash our hearts. Jump in devotional service. We bathe the Lord to wash our minds and our hearts so that we can prepare for the Lord to come out in 2 weeks for Rath Yatra. That's the whole idea. That the Lord doesn't need to be bathed. It's for us. It's us. We need that mercy. We need to know why we are bathing the Lord. It's for us to wash our hearts and our minds. So now the question is, how do we wash our hearts and our minds to prepare the Lord to come in 2 weeks? So let's go back to the daily bathing that we all do every morning, I hope. When we take our daily bath, right, what do we bathe with? Soap, right? It's definitely not Lysol. It's definitely not Ajax. It better not be Clorox, right? It's a soap. Now, for certain people, depending on their sensitivity skin or hypoallergenic, they have certain soaps. Like those who are sensitive, they cannot bathe with certain soaps. Those who are not, they can bathe with any soap. So depending on our bodies, we use a particular kind of cleanser, as they call it, to cleanse our bodies. In the same way, to wash our minds, we must use the right item. Just as how as we bathe our bodies with, Dove or whatever, Chandrika or Mysore sandalwood, what else is there? I don't know what other brands are there. Look, I'm like way back. Yardley is what I go back like for 50 years ago, whatever brands we use, right? Whatever soap we use to wash our bodies, we have a one particular kind. And it's and most, and of course I'm definitely assuming that wives are the ones that buy the stuff for the house. So we just get the same generic soap. Dove every week for the past 20 years. We're just used to that stuff, right? Because that's what we bathe, no problems. And if those of us who have hypoallergenic sensitive skin, then we have to go to the much expensive soap because based on our skin. Same way, to wash our minds and our hearts, we need the right kind of soap. The right kind of item to clean our hearts and our minds. What do you think is that one item that will help us wash our hearts and our minds? That's one. Yes, David, you had a hand up? Okay. I thought you had, sorry, I thought I saw your hand up. Any other guesses? Harinam is one. I'm looking for one main thing. And I'll tell you why I'm looking for this one main thing. Devotional service is one. Yes. That's one. Yeah. Yeah. If we don't have this answer, that means we all have to work on it. So, okay, I'm getting to the core of the issue here. Any more guesses? Yes, Mother Batangi. That's one of it. No, that we've heard that. Okay, so because we never guessed it, so that means we all have to work on it. Association. Association. Sadhu Sangha. If we are in the right association, we will grow spiritually to wash our hearts and our minds. Chanting will definitely do it. But if we remember, the first topmost of the 9 devotional processes is Shravanam. That's hearing. But you hear in a congregation of devotees. And why is that so? Because if we hear something, we can share, hey, I heard this, what do you think? We can have a very nice spiritual discussion and dialogue by association. It is no point hearing and keeping in the mind and it's just going to go, and it's going to sit there and it's not going anywhere. It's no use. Association. The right item is association. Now, what kind of association? The right association. The right association. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 11, 25. Srila Prabhupada says in the purport, one must live in a society of devotees. And thus, automatically, one will be engaged 24 hours a day in the various processes of devotional service, beginning with Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. That's what's going to help us wash our minds and our hearts. Right association. That's the one item. If we live in a society of devotees, we automatically will be engaged. Right? If you think about smokers, drinkers, if they hang out with smokers, they'll become a smoker. If they hang out with drinkers, they become a drinker. If they hang out with doctors, they become a doctor. So if you want our hearts and minds to be purified and washed, we hang out with devotees who will automatically help us to become like that. So what should we do on a personal level? I always use this word, evaluate, self-reflect. Evaluate your association circle. And it's a very healthy, wholesome practice that we should always ask ourselves, time to time, periodically, once a week, twice a week, whatever. So, am I in the association that is helping me to be engaged in devotional service? So meaning, ask myself, am I hanging out? I'll just use, layman's language. Am I hanging out with people who are helping me to engage in devotional service? Is it a yes? Is it a no? Are they helping me to hear Shravanam? Are they helping me to chant? Are they helping me to remember the Lord? We should always ask ourselves this question. In fact, my spiritual master always used to tell us that every night before we go to bed, we should take a few minutes and ask ourselves, what did I do today? What good? What not so good? Did I do anything that helped me to engage in service? Did I do any hearing? Did I do any reading? Did I chant? Did I remember the Lord? Like I mentioned, when we see the blackish clouds, when it's raining, rather than thinking that we're getting a tornado, oh my God, Sham, Lord Jagannath, right? So we have to periodically assess our lives. What kind of friends do I have? What kind of circle am I involved in? Very important. And that same verse, and the same purport, Srila Prabhupada says, by constantly associating with devotees and learning from them about devotional science, one quickly achieves a deep attachment for the Lord and the Lord's service, and such attachment gradually matures into pure love of Godhead. Again, goes back to association. Constantly, and if you see, probably the word constantly. He didn't say frequently. He didn't say occasional. He didn't say periodically. He didn't say when you feel like it. He said constantly. It's a pretty heavy word. Constantly associating with devotees and learning from them about the devotional science, we quickly become attached to the Lord. Constant. It still goes back to what kind of people do I hang out with that's helping me to remember the Lord, to read, to chant, to engage in service. In that same purport, Srila Prabhupada says, one should not associate with those who are envious of the fortunate devotees who are going back to Godhead. Such envious persons deride the abode of the Lord, which is revealed by pure devotees to those who have faith in the Lord's message. Envious persons create disturbances among the people in general, who should take shelter of the faithful devotees of the Lord. So those who are envious will bring us down. If we think of envious people even in the material world, they want to pull us down so they can climb on our backs and go higher. That's what envious people do. Or they want to live, like they say, like the Joneses. What's the point? When I used to think, when I hear people say, I wish I can become like the neighbor, like we're the same age, we got the same profession, but why am I in this position and why is that person in a better position? And I said, do you want their debt? Do you want their bills? Do you want their problems? Or you just want the money? Right? Whenever we think that we want to be like someone else, we just don't get the good. Even the bad comes with it. It's not just the good. The bad comes with it. It's a package deal. The good and the bad, not just the good. Then why take it? Be happy with what we have. The first mantra of Sri Upanishad says, we live according to our quota. If the Lord has given us $1,000, live with it. Make the best out of it and be happy. What else is the... If the more we are content with what we have, the more peaceful life is. The more peaceful the mind is. We can chant better, we can read better, we can remember better, we can engage in service more. It's so important that we are content with what we have, whether it's small or big. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So here Srila Prabhupada is saying is, if we associate with those who are envious, we get pulled down. People who are envious, and I've been asked this question before, how can we tell if someone is envious or has an envious characteristic or personality? If someone is an envious person, they're unhappy, they're always dissatisfied. Nothing makes them satisfied. Something, I wish I had this. It's okay. I wish I had this. They're never satisfied. And they are very quick to be judgmental of others. 3 things. They are always unhappy, they are always dissatisfied, and they're always judging people negatively. Because they're envious. Why hang out with them? The danger is when we hang out with people like that, we become like that. We automatically, unknowingly pick up that behavior. And it's a very dangerous personality. Very, very dangerous. So we should ask ourselves, again, evaluate your association circle. Am I in the association of those who are envious and making me envious, making me unhappy, making me dissatisfied, making me judgmental? Self-reflection. We should not forget when we point the finger at someone, 3 fingers are pointing back at us. So rather than saying you, ask yourselves, am I unhappy? Am I dissatisfied? Am I judgmental and losing track of my real track? If that is an yes, that means our association is not very good. We got to reevaluate and get the right friend circle that we should be in. So the key item in bathing our hearts and our minds is being in right association. Now, some of you said chanting of the holy name. I said, yeah, that is one of it, not the key one, and I'll tell you why. Anybody can chant the holy name. Even the parrot can chant the holy name if you train the parrot. But Prabhupada says, Harinam Sankirtan, congregational chanting. Congregational chanting is more powerful. If we think about Mangalarti, I don't know how many of you have attended Mangalarti. My husband and I had a very good fortune to be temple devotees for many years in Gitanagari. So we had to attend, and we used to attend Mangalarti every single day for I don't know how many years. And when we attend Mangalarti and you chant with other devotees, it's very powerful. You feel like you're in the spiritual world. It's beautiful. People chanting and walking and chanting and walking, and then you have Prabhupada's japa playing, and Prabhupada says, sit up straight. Have you heard that before? Sit up straight, chanting and walking and chanting, and you're like, whoa. And you're like, wait, where am I, Pennsylvania or Goloka Vrindavan? That's the beauty. Even when we chant, we have to chant in congregation, association. Someone says surrender. Is it easy to surrender? It's even very difficult for the husbands to surrender to the wife and the wife to surrender to the husband. Let's face it. We have so many questions. Why must I listen to you? We have all kinds of stuff, right? Surrender is a very light word, but it's not easy. It's not say surrender like Draupadi. Why did Draupadi surrender? She was at the verge of losing her chastity. Only then she remembered the Lord. Because all the elders of the Kauravas did not even her husbands, none of them helped her. Pulled and pulled and pulled, close to losing her chastity. She goes, Govinda! At the end, are we ready to go to that extent of losing our whatever to say, Govinda? I'm not. That's surrender. But can we get there? Oh, yeah. How long it will take? No timeline. I've been asked this question, Mataji, can you give me a timeline? I said, timeline that doesn't apply in Krishna consciousness. It applies only on Facebook, not in Krishna consciousness. It doesn't exist at all in Krishna consciousness because we all have our own karma. We all have our own karma. We have to burn it. It may take months, it may take years, it may take a lifetime. But we can do it. It's very possible if we are in the right association. If we are in the right association. That is the key point here. Someone said reading. Absolutely. The more we read, the more we learn. But we were even told by Srila Prabhupada, read with devotees and share. See, the thing is, unfortunately, after COVID, computer has become so much of our best friend that we have made this 15-inch, 17-inch, whatever inch laptop screens we have as our best friend. And we don't have time to go out and be with a friend and say, hey, let's go for a walk. We don't have time. And the excuse is, I don't have time. We got to make time. If not, time is just going to go fly by and it's too late. The Lord is coming in 2 weeks. Exactly 15 days. He's coming in 2 weeks. Are we ready to welcome him? Are we ready to wash our hearts and our minds? 2 weeks. Is 2 weeks a long time? No. 2 weeks is not a long time, especially for those of us who are planning Snana-Yatra. We look at it as tomorrow. It's not far at all. It's like tomorrow. It's around the corner. So we should ask ourselves, what should I do for the next 2 weeks to remember the Lord every single day? What should I do for the next 2 weeks for someone to help me to chant every single day, to read every single day, to do service every single day? We should think like that. We should think like, because the Lord is coming. Ready or not, He's coming in 2 weeks. It's right around the corner. And Srila Prabhupada concludes by saying, Srila Prabhupada concludes by saying, when we are in the right devotee association, the key word is right. The key word is right. We are associating with the Lord. Now, why am I saying right? So let me use a material example. I don't know how many, probably many of you might not know this. If we want to become doctors, we hang out with doctors. But there are two kinds of doctors. Medical student, I'm talking about doctors. One that really work hard and one that cheat the way through. Let's be frank. I remember one of my project manager many years ago, 7, 8 years ago, and he was really, really smart. Okay. He was really, really smart. He was a math major, you know. And because he was a math major, some of his friends who couldn't do well would have him sit for their test so they can get an A. So he would change his name, go in, and sit for their test and get a flying colors. Whereas the actual student is sitting in the bed, sleeping for God knows what and not, and just shooting the breeze. Wrong association. So even amongst professionals, there are some that are really honest, hard-working people, and there are some that just want to shoot us down and bring us down. And I'm sure many of us in this room will probably know someone in our company that has that nature. There are some people that even I work with. She has tried 1,000,000 times, it got nowhere, but anyway, you know, want to really bring us down. And there are some that says, no, we're going to do this the right way. In the same office. So let's not even go so. Let's take another example. This is, I think, is common. I think it's common in every ethnic background. We all come from big families. We have cousins. Are all our cousins great? Do they love us? Are they like our best friends? No. There are some relatives that say, I don't like that person. And I'm going to pull, he's my cousin, I don't care, but he cannot be better than me. I have it in my family. We all have that. So if it exists in families, what to speak of everything else? This is Kali Yuga. So even in families, you know, like one time I think it was my first daughter, she was doing something for her class, I forgot what it was, and she wanted to know my family, what do you call that? Family tree, is it what you call it? Family tree on my mom's side and my dad's side. And I went to the whole thing, the mom and dad, And then when she asked me how many cousins I had on my mother's side, I had to count by aunts and uncles. And she goes, Mom, wait, hold on, how many do you have? And I said, wait, let me count, And then I think it was like 50, 60, something. She goes, Mom, are you guys one husband, one wife? How many wives do you have? You mean, what is this? Because she says only her and her sister, that's all she has. And I said, no, my mom's side, there's about 50, 60. And she goes, you know all the names? I said, unfortunately, yeah, I do. And my dad's side, about 50, 60. She goes, oh my God, this is crazy. And then she asked me a question. Are you all close? I said, no. Let's face it. But you know which cousin is good to hang out with? And which cousin is no good? And you say, Tata, bye-bye, I'll check you later, man. Okay, see you later. Okay, Hari bol and done. We know that. Same thing happens in devotee association. Right association. Right that will inspire you to learn, to grow, to chant, to remember the Lord, and engage us in devotional service. Very, 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 very important. That is what Lord Jagannath wants. He is giving us the opportunity to engage in devotional service. We have 2 weeks left for Rath Yatra. And there are a lot of services left. If you have not volunteered for a service, this is the time. Opportunity. It's ripened fruit. It's so, so, so ripe. It's like a ripened mango waiting to fall off the tree for someone to catch it and say, I want this mercy. You know, we should be hungry for mercy. Hungry. So hungry that, if, say, for example, if I were to give a service to Josh and to Xavier, for example, and I don't see Josh, but I see Xavier, and I give it to Xavier, Josh was saying, Mataji, how could you pass that mercy? I want that mercy. We should be fighting for mercy like that. No, I want that mercy. Give me that mercy. That's the beauty. We should be always fighting, hungry for mercy. Hungry for mercy. And if you, so to engage in devotional service, the more and more we engage in service, the more and more we are in right association. Right association means, again, someone who inspires us to chant, to read, to remember the Lord, and engage us. We always tend to remember the chant, the read, and the remember, but we always forget the devotional service part because that involves work. Not many people like to do work, but that's the key point. If you remember Lord Chaitanya in the Gundicha Marjana temple cleaning, the Supreme Personality of Godhead was cleaning the temple not once, not twice, 100 times for Lord Jagannath to come. Now, if the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya, can clean the temple and passing on brooms and sticks and washcloths and everything to everybody to clean the temple, that should inspire us, because Krishna is showing us how to serve, what to do, how to do it, because the Lord himself did it. The Supreme Lord. Who are we to not come and serve the Lord? So if you are not engaged in service, if you don't have a service, please come and see myself or Dear Krishna, because we have a lot of service waiting for the next 2 weeks, and especially on Rath-Yatra weekend. And that is the quickest way to get Lord Jagannath's attention. Quick, I mean real quick. Real quick. Srila Prabhupada ki. Any questions? Any comments? Yes. Okay, Manoj, I saw your hand first, then I'll go to Alok. Yes, go ahead, Manoj Prabhu. Someone can give him a mic. Okay, where is the runners? I can hear you. Go ahead, Prabhu. Very, very good question. One recognizes association by asking a senior devotee. It's very important that any one of us who are on the path of Krishna consciousness, that we have a shiksha, a senior devotee that can tell us, go here, go there. For example, if we, a grade school student, for example, he needs help in math, and there are 10 students in the class, and one might be A grade, B grade, C grade, and the kid doesn't know which student to go and ask help, because he's like, he's a small kid. He's going to say, I don't know who to ask. Who will he ask? He'll ask a teacher. And teacher will say, you know what? This guy is the right one for you to go learn. And that may happen to be a guy that is an A grade student. So the teacher is guiding the student. If you want to be in the right place, go to that boy. He'll help you. Same thing, Krishna consciousness. It's very, very important that we take instructions from senior devotees and ask them. Submissive inquiry is in fact, one of the 6 loving exchanges by Srila Rupa Goswami is inquiring submissively and revealing one's mind in confidence. So when we reveal our mind in confidence to a senior devotee, we are also inquiring submissively, this is what I'm doing. I want to get there. I'm with this person, but who is the right one that I can really go to or associate with to grow in my Krishna consciousness. And they will tell you. Because the duty or the service of a senior devotee is to hold your hand as you walk the journey. And never let go until you say, I'm old enough, I can do it. So yes, I hope I answered your question, Manoj. But that's very, 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 very good question. But yeah, very, very important. Thank you. Alok Prabhu. Aditya, where is he? Okay, thank you, beta. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hari Bolo.
I have two questions to ask.
Ask me the one because my mind is very slow.
Okay, the first thing, Mataji, you said constant association.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, I attend couple of spiritual programs in a week. I also attend few classes also.
Mm-hmm.
So is it more than enough as a constant association, or something else is needed beside that?
It's more is always needed. There is never an end to room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. Constant association of meaning that we have to always keep in touch with the devotee almost every day. You know, I'm going through this, I'm chanting this, I've read this, I've done this. I don't want to pick on this person, but I don't think he's here. Oh, there he is there, Saurabh. You should ask Saurabh how many times he texts me every day. Sometimes I think he feels bad that I'm bothering Mataji. Constant. Anything, he'll text me. Anything. We should always be in constant association with devotees, especially a senior devotee, so that they know how we are doing, what we are doing, what we should not be doing, and if we're doing something, is it the right thing? And they give us guidance. They enthuse us, they correct us, they help us, they teach us, you know. So I would suggest pick a devotee that you're very comfortable with, and it has to be a senior devotee because they have walked through the journey of Krishna consciousness. And even a senior devotee also takes shelter of seniors. Like I still have seniors that I go to, at least 8 to 10, till today. I text them, I email them, I call them, because I need their guidance. And interestingly, even the gurus and sannyasis of ISKCON, even they call the other gurus for support. It's a reciprocation. We need that reciprocation. You know, it has to be two-way. Only then will we get the taste of bhakti yoga, of devotional service. So that's constant. Your second question, Prabhu.
Yes, Mataji. And Mataji, one more thing I want to ask. You were talking about surrender, and you have given a beautiful example of Draupadi,
Yeah.
that is God. So I have a question which is pending for a long time, and this is the right time to ask you. So Didi, Mataji, you know what is my problem? That I follow this Krishna consciousness path. I read Gita and Bhagavatam. And when you follow this path and you read Gita and Bhagavatam, the most important thing that you have to accept that the God is present in the human form. So what happens, Didi, with me, Mataji, with me? As a whole mind, I know that everything is controlled by Him. I know God exists and He takes care of everything. But at 1% of my mind, somewhere it is there that the God may not be in physical form. He may be a energy which is doing everything. So
So
how to clear that 1% doubt that God may be existing in the form of energy also. So because of that, I'm not able to surrender completely.
Right.
It fluctuates.
In order to surrender, it starts with faith. We need the faith. In order to get that faith, we have to be in the right association. We can read. We'll always have doubts. For example, if a medical student is going to become a doctor just by reading, don't go to the doctor. I don't know how he's going to do surgery. I will not go to the doctor. I'm sorry, Gaurang, but thank God he's a medical. He's a medical student, so he can tell you that you got to go to school, right, Gaurang? Okay. So you cannot become a doctor just by reading, and have full faith in medicine, right? We have to do both the practicals and theory, right? It's been a while for me. Practicals and theory. We need both to believe, oh, right, hydrogen and oxygen gives you water. Now, if I read and say, how does it give water? One is a gas and another is a, what, Big Bang Theory? No. But if you go into the lab and you see it happening, it does work. So we need to do everything that we read. If it's not applied practically, it'll make no sense. Gyan to Vigyan. If it sits in Gyan level, it's only going to be philosophy. It's just going to be a myth and a story and fairy tale and fable. It has to come to Vigyan. And the only way for it to come to Vigyan is we need to be in the right association, discuss sensei with senior devotee. This is what I'm going through. This is my challenge. How do I get rid of this 1% that's really pulling me back? We have to seek help, like a doctor, right? If we are sick and you want to get help, we have to go get the medicine, no matter how bitter it is. I mean, if it's the bitter, the medicine, you got to take it because we have to get out of the sickness. Same thing. The medicine is bitter, but do we want to take it? And the only way is to go to the right doctor, the right spiritual doctor, to get the medicine and to eliminate that 1% so that it will make us believe, yes, Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, my husband was something like, very well, surrender all kinds of religion, come to me. But it takes 18 chapters to get to that point. So that means it's a lot of work to get done before we can surrender. 18 chapters. But we need the right spiritual doctor to help us to eliminate that 1%. I hope that helped, Alok Prabhu.
Yes, yes, Mataji, it has. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, Cole. You're pointing at who, Sora? I can't. Okay, yes.
Whenever you were going around asking everybody to call me different things, and then when you said what it actually was, association, it flashed before my memory the video of the final moments of Srila Prabhupada
Absolutely.
on Earth, and that's what he said to do. That was the most important, and he said it with like the last breath.
Absolutely.
Association.
Association.
So important. So I was
And if
shocked.
Srila Prabhupada is saying that at his last breath, the founder Acharya, his last breath, he's Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. The last breath, he's saying association. That means it's a message to us. Very good point.
I still missed it.
We all miss it every now and then, so we have to be reminded. We have to be reminded. Yes. Dear Krishna, are we ready, Prabhu? Yeah. So thank you all so much. So 2 weeks, get ready. Lord Jagannath is coming. Dive in head on. Just go straight into devotional service and be purified. Clean our hearts and clean our minds. Shri Sri Jangal Bhai Subhadra ki, Prabhupada ki jai.
Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando mui savadhana mate. Bando mui savadhana mate. Jahara prasade bhai e bhava turiya jai. Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya. Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha. Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Utama Gati. Guru Charane Rati Eshe Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Utama Gati. Jai Prasad Pure Sarva Asha. Jai Prasad Pure Sarva Asha.
Pramadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschachadi Shatari. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shari Govardhavrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shari Govardhavrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shari Govardhavrinda. Jaya Govardhavrinda. Jaya Govardhavrinda. Jaya Govardhavrinda. Jaya Govardhavrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Evo. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. O Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. O Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. O Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. O Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. 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 Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath. Hero. Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami, Nayana Patagami Bhavati me. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham.
Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Sri Vrindavan Dham. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shara Bihari, Radha, Shara Bihari, Sri Radhe. Jaya Jagana, Jaya Jagana, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Nithai Gora Chandra, Nithai Gora Chandra, Gora Hari. Gora Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nithai Gora Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nithai Gora Hari Bo. Nithai Gora Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nithai Gora Hari Bo. Gora Premanande, Nithai Gora Premanande, Nithai Gora Premanande. Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramhansa Prabhajikacharya Stotra Satya Sri Madhus Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Shri Prabhupada Ki. Nitya Vishnu Om Vishnupad Paramhansa Prabhajikacharya Stotra Satya Sri Madhus Divine Grace Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Goti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki. ISKCON founder Charya Shri Prabhupada Ki. Prem Shri Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Shri Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki. Vrindavan Dham Ki. Mathura Dham Ki. Navadvip Dham Ki. Jagannath Puri Dham Ki. Jagannath Swami Ki. Ganga Mai Ki. Jamuna Mai Ki. Tulsi Devi Ki. Bhakti Devi Ki. Hare Krishna Mahamantra Ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Nithai Gaura Premanande. Nithai Gaura Premanande. Nithai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Hare Krishna, just a couple of requests when we sing the Nrsimhadev prayers. One of our devotee would like to remain anonymous, whose father is not feeling well, is not doing well with health. We ask you to please keep him in our prayers as we sing the Nrsimha Arti. And also a very good friend of Jit Mitra is an end stage of his life, a young man. He's actually looking for a kidney. He's only 40 years old and he's got 2 kids. And his only hope is to get a kidney so that he can support his wife and his children. So let's keep these 2 in our prayers as we sing the Nrsimha Arti and ask Lord Nrsimhadev to please do some magic. Hare Krishna.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Hiranyakasipo Vaksha Hiranyakasipo Vaksha Silatankana Kalayi Silatankana Kalayi Mito Nesingo Parato Nesingo Mito Nesingo Parato Nesingo Yato yato yahamita to nesingo Yato yato yahamita to nesingo Bahye nesingo hidaye nesingo Bahye nesingo hidaye nesingo Narasingamadim Saranam Papadi Narasingamadim Saranam Papadi Tavaka Kamara Valiraka Arbuta Singha Dalita Hiranya Kachipo Tano Binga Ishavarita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Keshavadita Narari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Re Jaya Jagadisha Re Jaya Jagadisha Re Jaya Narsingadi, 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 Jaya Narsingadi. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Singh Bhagwan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Gaura Premanande, Snana-Yatra Mahotsav ki.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki. Shri Shri Radha Sharad Bihari ki. Jagnabali Subhadra ki. Nitai Gaura Chandra ki. Hari Hari Bol. That was some festival. Thank you so much for bringing your enthusiasm, your moves, your grooves, everything to make this festival very exciting, very lively, and very enthusiastic. Thank you so much. It was really, really sweet. So thank you so much. Would like to welcome all the devotees for our Snana-Yatra program. I hope all of you had as much fun as I did. I want to thank the organizers who planned the festival, which is Swana Gauranga Prabhu and Mathura Mataji right back there. So thank you for helping to put this together. It takes work to put a festival together, even if it's something in the temple. A lot of brainstorming. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So all glories to Swana Gauranga, and all glories to, of course, your family, because I know your wife had part to do with it. And all glories to Mathura and her family. Hari Hari Bol. Thank you so much. And I would like to say a few things, and I'm going to make this as quick as possible. We want to thank an anonymous donor for sponsoring today's feast. Please pray for the family in your heart. As you taste the prasadam, give them all your love, please. Because it is a feast that I don't think you will ever forget. I promise you that, absolutely. So we want to thank the anonymous donor for that. We want to thank all the cooks who made the feast amazingly sumptuous for Lord Jagannath. It's waiting for you, so I'll be as fast as I can because it's really wonderful. So just like how it takes a village to raise a child, it takes devotees to cook a feast. It's not easy, I can tell you that much. And we know what's happening in 2 weeks. I was waiting for the answer. I was like, hey, it's not a pop question. It's not a, it's a simple question. So now, I was speaking to one devotee a couple of days ago that it's this Rath Yatra is going to be a very interesting, crazy, enthusiastic Rath Yatra. And I don't know how many of you have realized this, but a few of us I think have, is ever since the appearance of Nitai Gaurachandra, they've been pulling a lot of strings, a lot of tricks, and they're really making us come out and serve them, come out of our shell. So we have heard about the Adivas Kirtan that's happening on Friday, right? So there's a lot happening, and it takes a lot of devotion. And thank God Vinod Prabhu, because him and I have to talk a whole new thing. So be ready, Vinod. You're going to be shocked, but I'll help you. I promise you that. We have the Adivas Kirtan happening on Friday evening. At the same time, we have devotees going at the Rath Yatra's tent set up for the tents. So we need to make both the groups enthusiastic. So it's going to take a split group of some devotees here that can really support the youth with His Holiness Chandramali Swami. He's going to be here. He's coming on Thursday, actually. So if he comes the day before, you know he's going to be a sharp 2 o'clock, American Standard Time. I can guarantee you that. So please do come out, whoever is going to support the team at the Rath Yatra tent setup, please commit there. And those who are not doing service there, can you please support the team so that we have 2 groups going enthusiastic. But please, I don't want to sound strong, but we really need the devotees who have committed to serve at the Rath Yatra site, be at the Rath Yatra site, and don't skip short and come here. Because I'll send you back to Vinod Prabhu. Believe me, I'll do that. Because I want him to get the support. So please, do that. Saturday, we have a lot of festivities happening. It's a whole day festival. It starts from 7 in the morning up until breakdown. A lot of help, a lot of hands, a lot of manpower, female power, women power, whatever you want to call it. Thank you, Arya. Everything. We are not the body. We are spirit, soul. So it takes everything. So please, if you have not volunteered for service, please see myself or Dear Krishna Prabhu for that. That'll be very helpful. Now, the Sunday is the twist. So when Chandramali Swami called me, it's very scary when the spiritual master has your personal cell phone, he calls you, and you have to answer, even if you're in an office meeting. So that's what happened last week. He called me, and I had to get out of my office meeting to attend to his call. And he basically told me he's going to be here for the Adivas Kirtan, he's going to be at the Rath Yatra, and it's going to be on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Okay? So he didn't ask me. He told me, I'm giving the class on Sunday. I said, okay. I cannot, it's like Prabhupada telling me, Anasuya, I'm coming. You can't tell me no. So I had to say yes. So we have to again split, because Sunday is when we need a lot of help. When the devotees bring all the stuff back on Saturday evening, we have to do the cleanup. So we need a lot of help to get the cleanup done so that we all can attend class, because it actually will be disrespectful if Maharaj is giving class and the temple room is empty. So we really cannot afford to do that, because as we know, when any sannyasi comes, they are a direct representative of Srila Prabhupada. It's like Srila Prabhupada is sitting on the Vyasasana. We have to be there, So in order for that to happen, I'm going to work with Vinod, because I don't want him to get tired, because he's definitely one of the guys behind trying to get all the people together. I'm going to work with him to get a split team so that we can get it. And in order for that to happen, I promise I'll cook lunch and dinner. How's that? I promise. I'll cook lunch and dinner so that you all will help Vinod clean the thing and be here for class at 4:30. Do we have a deal? We have a deal? We got a deal. Love you. Thank you so much. Haribol, thank you. We have to make this happen. Like I said, it takes devotees to make happen. It takes devotees to make magic. It really, really does. And it doesn't mean that I'm a male, I'm a female, I cannot do it. No, it doesn't happen. I don't know how many of you guys, actually the men and the women, our young girls here, the one sitting up front here, there's one missing, Bhavya, where is she? She went out? She's one of them too. Whenever I tell the girls to do something that I think it takes a man, you know what they tell me? Mom, what are we, weaklings? We don't need a man, we can do it. So, we got strong women in this temple. Right, Goran? We got strong women in this temple. So let's help, each one of us help each other to clean all the trays up so that we can get it in time and be freshen up and be at the temple for Chandramaya Swami, because he's going to have a rocking kirtan that evening also. And following that, you ready for this, third Krishna? He's going to Reading, and Maharaj is giving class in Reading on Monday evening. Talk about Nitya Gaurachandra's mercy coming full force. That is called the ocean of mercy. That's what Lord Jagannath wants. That is called the ocean of mercy, that he's going to come full speed. And when, when you open the floodgates, it just goes shh. That's exactly what's happening in 2 weeks. So take your 5-hour energy, take your gym, take your B complex, take your multivitamins, take whatever, because the floodgates are going to open on July 7th. And it will close on July 10th, not 9th, right? Hare Krishna, it's coming to your house. So let's get ready for that. And to make this festival a really, really grand one for Lord Jagannath, it takes donations of devotees to make it happen. If you have not, and if you're able to donate, if you can dig in deep into your wallets, deep into your pockets, deep into your, I think, yesterday I was watching this, some whatever ad. I think they do some flashing on the phone. What's it called? You pay with the phone. I mean, no, with the watch. Yeah. I don't know. They don't use card. They go flash and they walk in. I don't know what that's called. Apple Pay. Kali Yuga Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Okay, so if you have that flashy thingy too, that will work too, right, Hare Krishna? Yeah, we'll make it work. We can do it. So please, it really takes kind donation to make this festival happen. So you will see Hare Krishna coming, pleading, begging. Please don't turn him away. He's a servant of Nitya Gaurachandra. He is serving the Lord to bring Lord Jagannath from Philadelphia to here. So please reach out to him. Please help him to help our temple. And while he's doing that, I'm going to go around and ask devotees, if you're not engaged in service, I'm going to sign you up. So he'll do the hardcore, I'll do the softcore. How's that, Hare Krishna? We need help. It's going to be a very ecstatic weekend. We just got to do it together. So please. And again, please mark your dates for July 23rd. TOVP is coming to town. They're coming because they need to raise funds to open Nrsimhadev Wing in Mayapur. So it'll be very, very blessed if we can all come, be available on July 23rd. We will have the whole crew here and the Lord's Padakas. So please do block your calendars for that. Without further delay, it's 1 minute of 8 o'clock. I promise you, Prasadam Ki Jai. Anisha, sing the Prasadam.
Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmane Vaishnave Sabha Punyavatam Radha Vishwasman Vijayate Saira Vidyata Joindiya Saira Devi Vete Sagare Saramani Devati Gopalmai Sudharmati Takiti Takati Santare Krishna Bharataya Moy Mori Bharati Bhatar Mahaprasada Nilavai Se Anamita Bhav Radha Krishna Gunagam Principal Chaitanya Nitai Janimai Janinai Janitai Janimai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Madam ki. Jai Jai Shri Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Seconds. I just want to thank the cooks, and I would like to mention who they are because they worked really hard for this. I want to, Tungvidya, help me if I forget any names. Tungvidya herself was one of the cooks. Manoj and Ankita, and we know how good of cooks they are. So thank you so much. Preeti Mataji, Anurada, who else am I missing? Mathura, yes, she cooked quite a bit. Divya, see how many cooks it took. Hitesh Prabhu and Sachi. It took 7-8 cooks to make that feast. So you know it's going to be a rocking feast down there. Thank all the cooks. Thank you so much. Hari Hari Bol. Who is she? Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Raja Gopi. Okay, that I can say. Thank you. Hari Bol.
That's
Mataji, the dal is there in the bag. Thank you. Please tell my gift dal. I'll take with you. I will give your sister special dal. Keep it drinking it. But he just drinks it and he won't put it rice. No, that's how he does. He just drinks it. You had the dal? You got it from each. Good, that dal, I know how much it. I also did. You did? Good, 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 good.